just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Aliyu San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analyses, and unwavering dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under community engagement programs, and we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, they continue, or he continue to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local government. Peace as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption. Because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover, or professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we're talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you're talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist, I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, you are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you do not execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries, the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it.
Thank you.
You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will call your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Usigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. NBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court is because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us the Nigerians that are pushing people. Like that member I started an example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, Eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Thank God it's Friday and you're welcome to the midday news on Souqnews Television. We'll bring you stories relating to development and, of course, we'll be bringing you stories across the world. I am Grace Komalafe. We begin with this key development. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has been given until July 10 to appear before the Senate Committee on Public Accounts after failing to honor a summons on Thursday. The committee is probing discrepancies in NNPCL's audited financial reports between 2017 and 2023, totaling over 210 trillion naira. Despite the presence of officials from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Independent Corruption Practice and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, and Department of State Services, DSS, no NNPCL representatives or auditors were in attendance. A letter from the company cited a management retreat and requested a 2-month extension, a move the lawmakers firmly rejected. Senators insist the group CEO, Bayo Ojulari, must personally lead the delegation. They say failure to appear by the new deadline will result in constitutional sanctions, warning that Nigerians deserve transparency on the alleged financial irregularities. Last week, the panel flagged questionable figures in NNPCL's records, including 103 trillion naira in unexplained expenses and another 103 trillion naira under receivables, with figures changing across reports. The Nigerian Senate is calling on the federal government to seek foreign collaboration and technological support to combat growing insecurity across the country. This follows recent attacks by armed bandits that claimed over 100 lives in a single day. Among the incidents was an ambush on the military base in Mariga local government area of Niger State, where at least 20 soldiers were killed. Lawmakers also cited deadly attacks in Zamfara and Sokoto states, including an assault by the gang of notorious bandit leader Bello Toji near Shankafi that left scores dead. The Senate says Nigeria must shift from conventional military strategy to modern, tech-driven approaches. It also wants security agencies to intensify effort and for government to engage global partnership in the fight against terrorism. Deputy Senate President Barrow Jibril presided over the session where the motion received unanimous backing. Away from that, in a major effort to improve access to health care in underserved areas, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, in partnership with the National Primary Health Care Development Agency and the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has carried out a large-scale medical outreach across Bauchi and Jigawa states. The initiative reached over 2,700 indigent residents across 3 local government areas in Bauchi, as well as part of Gwaram in Jigawa State. Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association in Bauchi and Outreach Coordinator, Dr. Kabiru Mohammed, said the exercise was driven by the Coordinating Minister of Health, Professor Ali Pate. He explained that services provided include general consultation, diagnostic, prescription drugs, and free surgeries. The outreach was designed to ease the burden of healthcare across rural dwellers struggling under current economic hardship. Over 30 medical professionals, including doctors, surgeons, and support staff, were deployed for the program. Officials say the intervention supports Nigeria's broader goal of universal health coverage through targeted community action. Moving on, former United States Presidential Advisor Jason Miller has cautioned African nations to reject debt-heavy agreements disguised as development assistance. Speaking at the 32nd Afreximbank annual meeting in Abuja, Miller described such deals as exploitative and warned that Africa risks falling into a new cycle of external manipulation if strategic choices aren't made. He urged leaders across the continent to move away from dependency and embrace transparent, investment-driven partnerships. Miller, a key figure in President Donald Trump's previous administration, said the United States supports private capital-backed trade over what he called debt traps or military-backed agreements. He praised Nigeria's recent economic reforms as a step in the right direction, encouraging other African nations to improve contract enforcement and business environment to attract long-term investment. Comparing the United States and Chinese approaches, he stressed the importance of environmental responsibility and sustainable finance. Miller also called for a review of trade frameworks like the African Growth and Opportunity Act to reflect today's global realities. He urged African governments to bring bankable proposals to the table, not just symbolic diplomacy. And lastly, on the news, China has confirmed a new trade deal framework with the United States that will see both sides ease restrictions and work towards reducing economic tensions. The agreement, which follows recent talks in Geneva and London, includes the United States lifting certain restrictive measures, while China will begin approving export applications for key materials, including rare earths. Beijing said it hopes Washington will continue to cooperate in good faith. The United States has made it a priority to secure access to rare earths vital for electric vehicles and defense equipment. The deal marks a step back from the tariff war that began under President Trump, who had imposed sweeping levies on Chinese goods. A July deadline for broader tariff hikes on other economies is also now under review. And that's a wrap. Many thanks for being with us watching the Midday News. Do not forget, Souq Business Landscape comes up in a bit. Thank you for watching. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference. Ige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ige Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the North Central and Northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Hello and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, your weekly deep dive into the world of business, the evolving economy, and the forces shaping development across industries and nations. Each episode will break down the trends, challenges, and innovations that drive market and move societies forward. I am Olumide Shokoya. I have three very amazing gentlemen this Friday. Starting from my left, I have Moyo Adebi. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you so much, Mr. Shokoya. Always a joy to be here with you guys.
So glad to have you.
Yes.
We have Chooks John Rogers. How you doing, Chooks?
We're fine. We are always those that are for and those that are against. So on this side, you'll see God's children. It's nice to be on SBL today.
Do that.
Thank you, and we are glad to be here.
Well, I do not understand what he means by that. Maybe it has to do with our attire, but another gentleman sitting next to me, we seem to be from the same climb.
Yes, my comrade.
Only Priye Kumal, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm glad it's Friday.
Yes, I can see your car.
Yes.
All right, so let's take a look at the key highlights for today's discussion. We start off with fiscal reform. As President Tinubu signs sweeping tax reforms into law, is this a new dawn or new burden for Nigerians? Can the new revenue service deliver where others failed? 210 trillion naira in question. Senate dares NNPCL to explain the missing billions. Can Nigeria afford silence when trillions vanish without answers? And we move on, debt or development. Extreme advisor warns Africans, choose wisely. Are African nations trading their future for short-term gains through risky foreign loans? And lastly, trade truce or tactical pause. United States and China strike new deal to cool economic tensions. Is this a genuine path to lasting cooperation or just a temporary ceasefire in global power struggle? What does this move mean for Nigeria's economy, investors, and everyday citizens? We'll find out after this break. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. So we begin. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has signed the tax reform bills into law, introducing significant changes into Nigeria's tax structure. The Federal Inland Revenue Service is now renamed the Nigeria Revenue Service and will take over revenue collection duties from the Nigerian Customs Service, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Nigerian Ports Authority, and the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. The law exempts individuals earning 800,000 naira or less annually from paying personal income tax and removes income tax obligations for small business owners entirely. Individuals earning above 50 million naira annually will now pay 25% personal income tax. Starting from the year 2026. Company income tax for medium and large businesses will be reduced from 30% to 25%. Essential items such as food, electricity, medical services, school fees, and pharmaceuticals will remain exempt from value-added tax. The value-added tax rate stays at 7.5% with no increase. A new development levy ranging from 2 to 4% will be introduced to fund national institutions such as the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, National Information Technology Development Agency, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So I'll start off with Moyo.
Yes.
Do you think this new bold reform will truly simplify the tax system and, of course, drive inclusive growth, or will it deepen the divide between the rich and the rest?
I mean, it's sort of like a double-edged sword that is dependent on execution. In the sense that, first of all, like just on the surface, I like that, people who earn less are paying a lot less. I think in the first instance, I think that's the good part of it.
Do you think that's fair?
I do think it's fair.
100,000 naira and below.
Because we already know how expensive things are out there. I don't know if you want to be taxing people who are earning 800,000 below means you're probably earning somewhere around 70-something thousand.
Minimum wage.
Minimum wage. You're earning it's the barest of minimum. So we all know how rent prices are. So I think it's going to help, in that regard. And I think also a standardization, across board, one service that's handling everything. I think it could be better. But then there's also the conversation of whether, a centralized, organization running all of this could be an overburden on their structure. So that's something that has to be discussed. But because I like to be on the side of the people, from that angle, I think, it works. It works. But we must also understand that, it's all talk if we don't execute this properly.
Kumale, over to you. Do you think this will cut down in terms of bureaucracies involved, and will it actually unify, the tax system?
Okay, first of all, with the way the tax system was, the way the law governing the tax system was repealed rather. Nigeria Revenue Service Act, replaces the Federal Inland Revenue Service with a new independent agency called Nigeria Revenue Service, NRS. Then the Joint Revenue Board Act improves the coordination between levels of government and creates a tax ombudsman and tax tribunal to resolve issues. A tax ombudsman is going to, you lay complaints. Probably you are being double taxed or triple taxed. Maybe a specific tax being imposed by the local government, by the federal government, by the state government. So the tax ombudsman should be there to settle just cases. And then the tax tribunal, someone can take the government to court, or the government can take someone to court to the tax tribunal where such cases will be handled. Then the Nigerian Tax Act, it merges both the rules into a single, easier to understand code and eliminates more than 50 small overlapping taxes. That is, double taxation will be removed by the Nigerian Tax Act. But Tax Administration Act acts as the common rules for how taxes are collected across federal, states, and local governments, which is a function that the FIRS used to perform. Now the NRS is going to perform. So, first of all, I want to make a little reference to what Moyo said when you asked him the question about those who earn less. 1 million naira. So you said you are going to give them 200,000 naira relief for them to take care of their house rents because they felt house rent is a huge deal in the country. But probably it should have been location specific. But well, even if it is location specific, there will be an allegation of discrimination leveled against the government. So it's fine. But now, 800,000 naira, if you are earning 800,000 naira annually, that means you are earning less than the minimum wage. The minimum wage is about 77,000, 70,000 naira. 800,000 naira divided by 12, it's about 66,000 or 63,000 naira thereabout. So if you're going to be taxing those people, I think you're not nice. Don't, please. Even if someone is earning 1 million naira, don't tax them. Yes. Because you are trying to build an economy where the man at the ebb of society, his pocket is strengthened, his buying power is strengthened. Don't tax, because if you are earning 1 million naira, how much is it? You are earning less than 100,000 naira monthly, because it's about 88,000, 86,000 naira in a month you are earning. Just a little margin above the minimum wage. It's not right. Government should peg it, because the government itself is notorious for not staying, for when labor comes crying out, and the government will say, labor is demanding for 250. I think it is not good. It's not reasonable for the government to take it to 70,000 or 77,000 naira. At least the government should bring it to about even 150,000 naira. Yes, because nobody should be earning anything below that.
That's a pittance.
Yes, it's now you are going to tax them, and you're trying to tell them that, okay, because we are giving you 200,000 naira to take care of rent and release, we should, you want people to commend you. No, sir, it's not enough. It's not enough. And they need to, they need to revisit it. And these are the issues that we need the National Assembly, the Senate, and the House of Representatives to talk about and to advise the executive arm of government. These are the people that are representing constituencies. The other day we were having conversation, even the guy who was managing hotels, he said, you see people pay staff about 35,000 naira a month, 20,000 naira. That's that's robbery. You shouldn't pay them. Why would you pay them that amount? What is it for? He was asking. Is that for transportation only? What about other significant aspects of their life? So I think they need to revisit some issues that need to do with taxation and taxing the people at the ebb of society. Because if you look at it very well, the company income tax, companies that are doing turnover of, was it 25 million naira annually? 25 million naira annually, they are not going to be paying company income tax.
Yes.
Okay, so if they are doing 25 million or 24 million naira, they're not going to be paying company income tax. So the person that is earning 1 million naira is not suitable to be taxed. I know that's an organization and it's providing services, employing people, and they're trying to make sure that the overhead cost and some of the challenges that, hinder businesses from really flourishing under this ecosystem.
That's a company that's earning below 25 million.
Annually.
And below 25 million annually.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right. It should reflect for people who earn less too.
And they were told that, look, it is going to be, some of the accounts may not even be audited. Some of these accounts may not even be audited. So we need double check. If you are going to exempt them from tax, fine, so that you give them the muscle to expand the number of people they employ and for the purpose of reinvesting their profit to also maximize other profit. I hope they are going to declare it when they start earning more than 25 million naira monthly.
That's another question. Chooks, I'd like to hear your thoughts. And also, can tax exemptions for low-income earners, can it truly lift more Nigerians out of poverty?
No. That's like a capital no. Okay. When we talk about tax, we are just looking at our civic responsibility. But when we over-focus on tax, we forget something else, productivity. Because the nation needs to get productive for there to be job in the first place, for me to be paid, so that I can now pay tax. So now this is a means to an end, but it's also good that we follow this particular process. A particular governor, when he was elected, said nobody is going to pay tax. First thing I'm going to do is let's look for how to get people working Now, when you start working and your businesses start working, I will now come for you and the business, you now pay tax. So that is what we should also be looking at. Yes, let's have these laws, let's have them. It's going to be better than what it was before. Then we can now focus on tax. But when we shout tax, 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 it's as if we are looking at the people as the resources to oil the government, which it should not be. I should be happy to pay my tax, knowing fully well that this is my country and I want it to work, so I pay tax. But when tax is the first thing in front of me, not working, not getting people gainfully employed, not being productive, then there is an issue. Now, let's get back to the tax itself. How automated is this system? We've seen a process where this new policy, taking off from 1st of January 2016, 2026, 2016 is in my head, I don't know why. 2026.
Yes.
And from this, we are seeing that both the former DPR, that is now the new long name, the new name is going to take over collection of the monies from them.
NRS?
Yes. Custom, the same thing.
Yes.
Some part of the petrol agencies, the same thing. A whole lot of places. Now, the question now comes, who exactly is going to be taking these funds? Who exactly is going to be paying for the people taking these funds? The people in these other organizations, these other agencies that were collecting these monies on behalf of
the nation.
Us. If you say the nation, it looks like it's as if the people that were taking these monies, collecting these monies on our behalf, what are they going to be doing? These are questions that beg for answers. Then who exactly, is it still government or private organizations or consultancy that will be taking this money on behalf of government? We need to know every step of the way, because we are trying to make sure that we block every gap and every hole where monies can get missing, or where snake can swallow something.
Or monkeys.
Oh, monkeys do too?
Yes, monkeys.
Okay. Now, we need to be sure that this particular policy of the president works the way it has been proposed. If we remember, there is also a bit of it that we've not talked about, and that has to do with sharing of fat from the federal to the state at the end of it all. How transparent is it going to be? Who is going to feel cheated? Who is not going to feel cheated? Have they agreed? At the end of the day, before now, if you remember, a lot of the states in the north were against it. They say it was favoring these people, it wasn't favoring these people. Now I'll ask again, if I consume alcohol and you tax a lot of the alcohol companies, will you share to Sharia state? Will I be happy about it? So there's a whole lot of things that we need the people to even be happy with the policy itself. Because we have to, this policy is not just about tax, it has to be about Nigeria, and we Nigerians say, yes, this is ours, let's go ahead with it.
Moya, do you think fewer hands?
When you asked the question, you said that do we think that the tax exemption
for
low-income earners will help them create wealth?
Will drive more Nigerians out of poverty?
Yeah, he said no, but I disagree with him. I remember when you said that. He said a capital no. I disagree. You know, there's a lot of factors that come into play that allow people to create wealth. Before you can create wealth, you have to have enough disposable income to do that, right? Again, obviously, the margins might not be that much, you know, when it comes to the tax itself. But people having enough income to save up or to even live a comfortable life, when people are hungry, they cannot be productive at work. People are hungry, people are sad, people are, oh, my child is sick, I can't pay for school fees, I can't do all of this, you know. So, again, I know that just reducing tax might not help you primarily, but it's going to add to it. It's going to be part of the factor. The policies make things happen. So policies like this are important. So it might not be the major deciding factor, but it would play a role. I believe that.
So I was going to ask you, do you think fewer hands collecting these monies, will it actually encourage or improve transparency or more concentration of power?
I think fewer hands are better, at least because we know where to look at when there's a problem, right? The issue of transparency now lies in how, you know, they do the work, and how efficient that they are, right? Again, but if something goes wrong, I know I'm looking at the LRS. You know, we know that there are not too many. You know, when they say when there are too many hands and too many cooks spoil the soup. You know, they spoil the broth. So the more streamlined, the better. But again, we also have to think about whether we are overburdening the system, you know, and maybe we might want to look outside. But I think for now, let's see how this goes and see if it's going to be better in the long run. Again, accountability, we know where we are looking at. So I think it might help.
Kumala, over to you. Chooks made mention of something very germane. He talked about the revenue sharing formula, which we've not really looked at. Now, I know Lagos is one of the states that are leading when it comes to that. But how do you think this will play out in the end? Okay. Knowing fully well that the one who made this is also from Lagos.
Okay, so first of all, I think that problem greeted these reforms earlier when they started, and that's one of the bottlenecks that delayed the debates, the scrutiny, and the checking of the bills themselves. I think they've come to an agreement because there was a time when we had that conversation and the 30% or the companies whose headquarters are here in Lagos and the consumption of the product of these companies, the massive consumers of it are somewhere in the north, or products that are sold here and are serve like exhibit kind of product over there.
Yes.
we cannot be sharing, and I think they come to a conclusion on that, because if not, I don't think the bill would have been passed, because they would have reached a consensus in the Green Chamber and the Red Chamber in the National Assembly. But one other thing that he raised that I think is quite germane, it's who will be collected. I don't think it's going to be a private organization that will be collecting. The NRS officials will have to go to the field to collect these taxes. Because it is not going to be, I see...
you have to physically go to the field?
Well,
yes.
It depends on one thing. The extent to which our tax or revenue collection in taxation has been automated. I don't think it's all parts of the system that has been automated. The part that has not been automated, the staff from that agency will need to go to the field, because as I'm speaking to you, there's a very tall building, Western House, behind me. Behind us, rather. I was there to carry out some transactions, and I saw one of the officials came there and he was asking for a specific company, and the security official would not allow him in. He was there speaking extensively, so I had to be there, just eavesdrop on their conversation. And he said, the security said, there is no such company in this building. And he said, look, I work with a tax agency. I'm not going to mention whether it is the federal tax agency or the state tax agency. He said, I work with a tax agency. We can see them vividly on our system. And I've come here to drop a letter. And in my mind, I was like, okay, if you can see them on your system, the email is there and every other thing is there. Why don't you just send them the letter via email or call them up? Probably they've done that and they've paid deaf ears and they need to come physically, because by the time they go to court, they will need to, tender some documents to present as evidence that, look, we asked questions, we sent you mail, there was communication, but you did not respond, and all of that. So to the extent which our tax system has been automated, we can function that, but to the extent which we are not automated, then we can equally look at that. Now, I'm not saying that the total system is rubbish, because there are few good things in there, even though it's debatable. And the first is the impact is expected to significantly come low for low-income earners, small businesses, and informal traders. For people earning up to $650, which is an equivalent of 1 million naira. I think we've talked about that. But the thing is, they are making their boasting.
Right, so let me add this question. Now, do you think medium and large businesses, would they thrive under this new tax reform?
Well, they should. It depends.
Looking at the fact that they are the ones that are going to bear the brunt of this, do you think they will actually thrive?
Okay, but when you say single, medium, and large businesses. Look at the single, the medium businesses, the medium-sized businesses. What does it say? It says that about 25 million annually annual return for profit, right? I assume it's for profit. So that means your overhead is gone. So it is your net.
What
it's
you
not
tax
gross.
is profit, isn't it? What you tax is profit.
What you tax is profit. Okay, so then thing is, an organization that is able to make 25 million naira annually, that is it viable? Is it something that will profit the organization themselves, with peculiarity to the kind of business they run? And if that's the case, I would say to a specific level, they can function. I'd say to a specific level, they can function and move in the system. However, a business that does that is not a small business, because 25 million naira in this time in the country annually as profit, it's something considerable. Yes, it is something considerable. And if they are exempted from paying tax, I think the government is trying to build that sector, or those businesses that have the capacity to even reach out to employ, because there are some informal businesses that are somewhere in Idumota, somewhere in Oshodi, and they are making this kind of money.
Yes, I agree.
And they don't pay, if they're not going to be paying tax to the government. But the thing is,
they pay tax.
They pay tax, because you cannot completely remove
They
that.
all pay tax.
No,
all of them.
Because some I will collect them, I will call them non-state actors.
Okay.
I will call them non-state actors who come to collect.
The woman selling ugu on her head in mile 12.
Annually, she can't make up to 25
We're not talking
million.
about everybody in Lagos
pays tax.
One way or the other. The person that comes to collect tickets from the bus drivers.
What's that
person?
I'm not talking about bus drivers. That's not. I'm talking about people with companies. There are a lot of people with companies in Lagos that are not paying tax.
Illegally.
Illegal, of course it's illegal. Yes, I don't know why it's illegal.
Okay, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. But for most of all those people selling, buying within the market
in Lagos, there are some people even in that market that are not paying. This is not a new thing.
They carry goods into the market?
No, okay. So I think we must give perspective to what he's saying.
People
that pay tax directly to the government. That's what he's trying to say.
But Moyo needs to also understand that paying tax to the government is paying to the right channel, to the right authority.
Yes.
So if you are paying to a channel that is not the right channel, that is not the right authority, that has not been saddled with the responsibility by way of statutory provisions to collect tax, it still remains the fact that you are paying tax, that you are paying to the wrong hand, even though you have been exempted from paying tax. That is the reason why he's saying almost everybody in Lagos pays tax.
Everybody who actually reflects their income on their accounting.
That's where I'm going now. So, Chooks, I want you to answer that question. Do you think companies now, especially private companies, do you think they would report their accurate earnings, knowing fully well that if I'm declaring less than 25 million,
all I have to do is declare less than 25 million and I'm tax-free.
And how would they be able to trace that?
I get to go home with the money.
It's not difficult. Now, this is where automation comes to play.
Yeah, what we're talking about is you saying, oh, they all pay tax. That's inaccurate.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
You didn't. I didn't mean they all pay tax in that sense.
Fair enough.
It's different for me to declare, take out profit and go and pay. Then for some other actors coming regularly to collect some, and they give me some, then we continue on that light, and they don't disturb me. We see that happen a whole lot around here. Now, let me speak on behalf of government. It's not difficult.
Okay.
It's only the willpower. When it's time for election, voting material gets to every local government, every village, every hamlet, even the ones that you get there by boat, voting material will get there. Good. So why is it difficult? And when it comes to some other things that government should be able to do, they don't do it. I don't know if you understand. That tells you where we place our priorities. It's not difficult. Every company has those that are registered with CSE.
True.
And when you register with CSE, there's an address, there's an account number. Now there's a name. There's a team. So you can follow everybody up. You can follow down to bank accounts. You can follow down to bank account of even employees within that company. So you understand. So it's not rocket science. The only thing there is the willpower to do it. Somebody that is carrying a machete, there's an adage, you won't let somebody else carry the machete go behind you.
Fair.
So the same people that are supposed to get these things done, they are also in one way or the other flaunting it. So they know that if I go for this person, I'm also involved in it. So the government, if they want to automate this system, they can automate it. And we don't have to have people or agents going from office to office to sort things out. They can only get there when they need to serve you a physical paper that, hey, this is someone, and somebody has to drop it.
Okay. Can I please just say something real quick?
Yes,
I like that we talked about this, especially when he said that there are some people who are paying tax to people who are not statutorily regulated to collect those taxes in the first place. I think we need to talk about the Agbero situation in Lagos as well. You know, it's one thing to say you're doing reforms and you're not actually cleaning up, you know, some of this, what I call it industry, so to speak. The transportation industry, people are standing on the road, it's unsightly, when are we going to reform that? How does it's like almost imagine being a teacher and the NUT are coming to the class every day and they're slapping teachers and say, give me 2,000 every day.
Well, now the NURT, they are the ones in charge of collecting this.
I know.
Yes, you might not like the way they do it.
I know, it's all related to this reform. Yes. But I'm saying that while we are on the topic.
It's all part of reforms.
Is it part?
Of course, yes.
So,
and they are collecting monies.
When this reflects, would I be able to go on the streets and not see Agbero people on the street?
No.
I will still see them.
No, let's ask. Can you direct your questions to the?
That you spoke to the government earlier. So there are some things I need to clarify. Okay? Yes, I think I was talking about 25 million. It's not actually 25 million. It's 50 million.
50 million.
Because so he said small businesses with annual turnover below 50 million naira. Below 50 million will no longer pay company income tax. They will also be allowed. Now this is the point. They will also be allowed to file simpler returns without needing audited accounts.
Now turnover is not profit.
Turnover is not profit.
Is that 50 million turnover?
Yes, 50
million. That's revenue in general.
That's revenue. 50 million naira business.
Hello, yes, I know. You can have $1 billion company and you are not making profit.
Yes, true. So that is, they say that companies without needing audited accounts. I think that clause needs to be verified as well. Now, large businesses will benefit from reduced corporate tax rates, dropping from 30% to 27.5%. I think that was the question you asked earlier that I was going to answer. But for other companies too, because if 2026 this comes into play, remember we are almost on automated system of 7.5% value added tax. So everywhere and anywhere you go, when you buy those things, you get into those transactions, 7.5% is deducted. So that system will not be automated. Now, when it comes to 2026, it's not going to be rectified anyway. When it comes to 2026 and this specific reform takes effect, companies that would have paid that 7.5% of whatever purchases or whatever services they carried out or they actually sought are going to be paying that. But the thing is, they also have the authority by way of the provisions of the reform to request that 7.5%, because at that time the law would have come into fruition. But the question needs to be asked: why can't we then make a law, or why can't it just directly reflect, even without you paying? When you are paying for the cost, you don't need to pay the 7.5. Let's assume that it has, like from December 28, 27. Can we just stop that? Because you could get into those main to 2026, and unknowing to you, you will still be paying that 7.5%.
Okay, now another issue is the issue of multi-taxation. We've not really looked at that. Let's give an example. Let's say I'm going to buy provision, consumables. Now, the person that buys it from wholesale, he pays that 7.5%.
Yes.
He gets to the shop.
Pays again.
Whoever is retail will pay the 7.5%. Then me that's going to end up buying.
Pay.
I will not pay.
You will pay.
Consumables from the tax is exempted.
So when
pharmaceuticals, food, pharmaceuticals, food, education, rent.
If I buy food in a restaurant, I'm paying.
Yes, and so that's equally what I just spoke about. That
so in January it won't be there. So is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, from January it's not supposed to be there.
Who are they going to charge the VAT on?
The VAT. But how you go to charge VAT? They are going to charge VAT on other things because these are categorized items that VAT will no longer apply.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll take that.
The doing is what we hope to see.
So many questions raised, from transparency, automation, to centralization, to collection of fees, revenue sharing. These are some of the questions that have been raised on this table. But the bigger onus is to you to engage your leaders, your representatives, on how these tax reform will benefit everyone. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with Souq Business Landscape. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq Business Landscape.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%. driven by sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBC) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year on year and quarter on quarter. There was a 63.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. All right, let's continue. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has been given until July 10 to appear before the Senate Committee on Public Accounts after failing to honor a summons on Thursday. The committee is probing discrepancies in NNPCL's audited financial report between 2017 and 2023, totaling over 210 trillion naira, despite the presence of officials from EFCC, ICPC, the ESS. No NNPCL representatives or auditors were in attendance. A letter from the company cited a management retreat and a requested 2-month extension, a move the lawmakers firmly rejected. Senators insist that the group CEO, Bayo Ojulari, must personally lead the delegation. They say failure to appear by the new deadline will result in constitutional sanctions, warning that Nigerians deserve transparency on the alleged financial irregularities. Last week, the panel flagged questionable figures in NNPCL's records, including 103 trillion naira in unexplained expenses and another 103 trillion naira under receivables, with figures changing across reports. Let me start with Moyo. The books are not adding up. So the question is, and according to NNPC, the statement, they need they are on a 2-month retreat. So my question is, I think it's safe for us to ask, what are they hiding?
The NNPC?
Yes.
First of all, this is just shameful. In the public domain, people are watching us constantly get governance and public accountability wrong at the highest level. It's shameful. It's not something that I even like talking about. I don't know how within 5 years you can't account, because it's 2017 to that's 6 years, 2023. Within 6 years, you can amount for 206 trillion.
Yes.
And nobody could clock it along the years. Also, the fact that audits, this is 2 years after, an audit for that year is now, we're just getting the report now. This is ridiculous. You begin to ask, who is actually efficient in this country? These things, I don't want to say the country is burning. I don't want to say the country is burning, even if in some parts it might be, but figuratively speaking, the entire structure across board, this is criminality. We were just talking about the person who stole money, well, allegedly to some extent, even though he's in prison, and built estates, almost 1,000 blocks. Has a whole. How do we run a country and we think this country is going to prosper when we have people just doing things like this? It's ridiculous. I don't even know what the EFCC is doing. It's when people are spraying money, you start seeing all these people coming out. I don't understand. The real issues are out there, and nobody is saying anything. It's ridiculous. So I don't even. Let's not get me started.
What's Nigeria's budget? And 210 trillion naira is missing.
I think it's 4 times Nigeria's budget.
The missing money is 4 times Nigeria's budget?
Yes, our budget is like 54 trillion naira. Then this is 210 trillion. And that's for within a 5-year period of time. So imagine if we have 210 trillion naira as the budget for 2025 or 2026, and about 50% of that is dedicated to capital expenditure. You know what we will, and we had maybe not have this clause, and we have this money. There will be no budget deficit. We have the money in our hands to actually spend to achieve the budget specifications. Then we can know what exactly we're talking about. I think when exactly did President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appoint Bayo Ojulari? It's less than 3 months, right? It's less than 3 months. So why are they after Bayo Ojulari like he stole the money or he spent 210 trillion naira within the 3 months period of time? Of course, you know the administration under which 210 trillion naira was siphoned.
Can I clap for you, please?
I'm coming just a moment before you clap. We know the administration for which it was siphoned. Please. Mele Kyari is there. Invite Mele Kyari. Invite, if you feel you cannot invite him because he is done and gone and the statutory powers that you were given by the Nigerian constitution is to invite 7 ministers, then get the police, get a warrant of arrest or to arrest him or to invite him rather. Let the police and the DSS invite him.
ICPC, all of them.
They should invite him, not even arrest. They should invite him. But in case where he refused to come, then they cannot get an arrest warrant to come and account for this when he was the group chief executive officer, the group manager, or the group CEO of NNPCL. They know exactly why are they chasing Bayo Ojulari with a stick here and there. If you do not come, we are going to carry out sanctions. Yes, we know you have that powers, but direct it to the main kind of the person that was responsible during the period of time when this money went.
But should a 2-month retreat be an excuse to avoid Senate summon?
A 2-month retreat?
Yes, that's according to him.
It's not.
Bayo Ojulari just took over the mantle of leadership in NNPCL. As he is now, he is just probably acquainting himself with documents, huge report and files. Because if you look at the report very well, that was not the only excuse he gave. There were other reports that stated that there are some documentations and reviews currently going on in the office. And that means he's been responsible by studying the books. First of all, getting into office to understand the mode of operations and how the operations had been carried out in the previous term for him to, really sit and get into office to work. The same thing El Rufai faced when he was appointed the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory during Obasanjo's administration. Permanent secretaries will bring a report as big as a textbook for him as a way of submitting reports, and he just resumed work. But he said it in his book, The Accidental Public Servant. He had to sit down and consume most part of that report, because one of the things that we know that PAMSECs are very intelligent people. They have been in the system for quite a long time, and they have the knack and way they can have their way around to make sure that the political appointees that are coming into office are stressed out by lots of information. So if you are a minister that you are not given to reading and consuming voluminous type of reports, you will be stressed out and you cannot even do much, and they are going to have their way, and that is one of the means through which corruption is perpetuated. Bayo Ojulari should be given a breathing space, please. He just got into office. Please, kindly invite Mele Kyari, let him account for this.
He's basically like a scapegoat right now.
Yes, and that was what Doc was always referring to.
Yeah. Can I please just say something real quick? You asked if the 2-month vacation, because that's basically what it is, that the Senate are on, if it's an excuse to not probe this as soon as possible.
No, that's the excuse from the NNPC.
Okay. Oh, the NNPC are on vacation.
Yeah, 2-month retreats. That's part of the
NNPC that is embroiled in a scandal of this nature. 210 trillion, more than the Nigerian budget, have the audacity to say that they are going on vacation. And see, we need to start. I think it's even the army we need to take them. Because I cannot, people don't run their private institutions this way. Nobody will ever let this happen. You can't be a CEO of a company and the committee who are supposed to do certain things do not do it. They steal money, or they can't explain the loss of money that is worth almost like 4 times the profit, your average profit in a given year, or your budget in a given year, and they're saying, oh, we're going to retreat. Nobody who owns a company will do that. But here in Nigeria, we let things like this fly. You start to ask yourself, can this country actually get better? Because what are we even doing? How is this possible? 210 trillion. We just throw around figures anyhow now. And these things have impact, real impact. These are not just numbers.
Yes.
These numbers have real impact on people's lives, on people's businesses, on the livelihoods of people. This is unacceptable. It's ridiculous.
Souq, I would like to also ask, you earlier on when we were talking, you mentioned automation. So how far with automation?
People they say they're on vacation. You say, what are they on vacation?
Secondly, how did this even go unnoticed without the Ministry of Finance tracking this? How did it actually go unnoticed?
When a child goes out and commits a minor misdemeanor, gets home and the parents just say, no, leave him as a child, leave him as a child, he grows wild. Years before now, in the era of Sanusi, Sanusi was shouting that NNPC is not remitting to the CBN. What did we say? And he gave instances, he gave periods that NNPC had not remitted to CBN. It amounted to years. Nothing came out of it. So if they could go away with that, then what is this? They have already grown their teeth and said, okay, if it was remitting that we didn't remit, let's go take the entire thing. That begs the question, is NNPC, who owns NNPC? Does NNPC own Nigeria or Nigeria owns NNPC? These are questions we refuse to answer. As of now, you are taking the stance for Bayo. No, he is guilty. Yes.
Why do you say so?
Now, right now, it's NNPC we are probing, right?
Yes.
Who is the group managing director of NNPC?
Bayo.
Good.
Which
so it's not about him. It's not about his person. It's about the organization he's running. So he has to come and bring that organization to the table. It has nothing to do with his personal person. I don't know if you understand. So let's always separate that. Now, we had a president whose name is Muhammadu Buhari, in quote, the general, that was also the Minister of Petroleum. As we speak, he should be in the FCC net.
Yes, he should. Yes.
His Minister of Finance, what was it not in his tenure this happened?
Like 2017 to 2018.
But because he's a party member, it's a family affair, right?
Well,
that is where the issue is. We turn national issues to political matters. That comes first, before we now talk of dealing with the real issues that are worrying us. And as long as we keep that route, let's forget this. We are going nowhere.
Yes, I agree.
Now, so do you think that this, this move will bring about that much accountability?
We don't want accountability. We don't even want transparency. We have to tell people that this kind of behavior is no longer acceptable.
It's wrong.
Once this president lets this run its course, and what did you call his name? Is the Kerry that we know. We don't know the first part of his name.
Millie.
Once they...
Kerry.
Millie who? Once they pick him up and let the law run its course, him and everybody that served in his cabinet, both the board members of NNPC through this period, every one of them should be accountable. Things will change. But because crime and punishment, we don't take it serious here. As long as we're a party member, no, they sweep it under the carpet. How are we sure that he has not even going to pick up his APC card?
Next thing you hear, he's running for governor or something.
So I would not even call him a party man because he was appointed. Just a moment. He was appointed.
I'm not saying he's a party. I'm just telling you what will happen. He just want to pick up the card.
Separate that, because if we do not separate that, it could be seen as putting the party, calling the party black instead of restricting our conversation to the office which he occupied as the group general managing director of NNPCL. And that is what we must face. And for me...
But that's what I'm saying.
I understand.
Separate politics from facing issues. Face the economy. Face... If anybody is going against the law, let the law take its course. Separate politics.
So from allegations and accusations should be leveled against the executive arm of government and the legislative arm of government. Because in this case, if you look at who is making the call for arrest and threats and that way, it is the legislative arm of government and it is the Public Accounts Committee, right, of the legislative arm of government, of the House of Representatives, or maybe the Senate, they are, or the joint, both houses coming together. So, and that is within their purview. Statutorily, they are required. They are working in the right path. So it is very easy for them to just call out the Inspector General of Police, issue a warrant of arrest if the former GMD does not want to show up. A letter of arrest, a warrant, or a summons could make him appear. It could make him appear.
He could go to court to get an injunction.
Injunction to stop that. To appear and account.
You see,
first
is this the first time we'll see stuff like that?
You see how low we have gone as a country, where someone that, let me even use the word allegedly, which we know that there is no allegation.
It's an allegation.
Until proven guilty, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, we like that trouble. Let's go back to where we came from. Sorry, I have to.
Regionalism?
Not regionalism, what?
I know where he's going.
If I get to my village and my goat is missing, don't tell me, oh no. If I get to my village, this is where we keep missing it. Over westernization is disturbing us. Hold on. If I get to my village and a family farm has been harvested, what do?
You call Ogugu.
No. Excuse me. Hold on. See, no, stop.
Okay.
The community will call and they'll ask questions. Who were those that harvested? Who went to stuff with the market? Okay, those that went to the market, what did they carry? They will single and keep singling out till they find who were those that harvested, who took stuff to the market, and they'll call you to come and answer. Will you answer or not? Simple question. Nobody sends ghost to anybody. They only tell you, hey, this is what we found out. This is where it is. Will you answer or not? But now we've made it look like Nigeria is nobody's business. As long as it's Nigeria, it is not my business. So we treat Nigeria like a leprous child. And nobody owns it. That is why we are having this argument every single day. Because if we say that we own Nigeria and stand and say we own Nigeria, pray you won't steal it, because you know very well that you won't go home.
I think you should refer it to...
Sorry, the outfit is confusing.
Okay. I don't know if I'm making sense. He knows very well that the people take this country as theirs. You won't steal that kind of money and go home. Because even if police doesn't pursue you, your own village people will pursue you.
Okay.
I'm looking at the fact that if you take a look at our current expenditure, our debt profile, 210 trillion would have gone a whole
It's
long
not a
way.
joke.
It's 4 times the budget for 2025. 4 times the
budget. If we had that
budget.
money, maybe we wouldn't be told not to tighten our belt. Maybe we'll just be enjoying ourselves.
Or they might have
maybe
used
minimum wage would have been 250,000.
Or they might have used it to buy extra yachts. You never know.
No. It would have gone a long way. So, gentlemen, how do we now even stop this from going forward? Or going further?
I think that's even one of the
automation, tracking, what?
No.
Let's leave automation.
See,
let's bring
this
these people to justice first.
Okay, but
That's the only way. They can
true?
that's the only way.
Is that not
Bring
the
them to
reason?
progress or peace. If there's no justice, it's just what it is.
Is that not the reason why NNPC became NNPCL? Because now we are saying that it is now removed from the government control, being run by the government agency to a private entity, to a private agency. To be run in that structure to make profit
by the same government, by the same civil servant.
Oh, okay. Now
who is the civil?
Because that was cosmetic surgery.
No. When you talk about the same government, the same civil servant. It's changed under Buhari's administration,
yes,
right? And this we're in a different government, is it not?
The same way.
So when you say the same government, we have to be, you know, we have to put
NNPCL was
picture.
Buhari's.
Yes, in 2022. That's when NNPC became NNPCL.
And that was during
And
Buhari's administration.
This 210 trillion went.
Yes, and we are in another administration that has the capacity to call these persons, because
that's what I'm saying. Don't just stop.
Just bring them to justice. So you can see the fault is not with the people that stole the money.
The fault is with who?
The fault is not with the people that stole the money.
Is with
because The fault is with the people that has been saddled with the responsibility to demand accountability from whoever the suspects are. But if
why are you trying to
wait now, can you please just wait?
Okay.
Nobody, if you stole, the reason why we have the Nigerian police force, the reason why we have the Nigerian courts in place is because we assume that there are people who are going to go out of line and out of order to steal.
I understand.
So now if we have seen by the books that someone actually stole, and the Constitution has saddled the responsibility on this entity as an institution to bring such person to book, and that institution refused to bring that person to book, is it the fault of the thief? It is not the fault of the thief. It is the fault of the police. Now, if the police does not carry out its responsibility, the thieves are going to continue to steal.
I understand. I understand, but just because there's no enforcement of rules does not mean you should be indisciplined.
Indiscipline? It's a voluntary thing. It's a personal thing. Laws are in place to work deterrence. And when that deterrence is not applied, forget it. People are going to steal. Deterrence is even applied. People are still stealing. Don't take drugs to Asian countries. People still carry drugs to Asian countries.
And when they get the weapons,
they get caught.
They don't imprison Asian countries. When they take drugs to China or Korea, what happens to them?
They behead them.
They behead them. Good. So why can't you do the same thing here?
No.
What is wrong?
Wait, that is. I think that is. Except that is being proved.
No. I didn't say they should kill anyone. I'm just saying that you know.
Let's look at laws in Asia. If you're caught stealing government money in China, the law, at the end of the day, if you are found guilty, you are dead.
You will do the harakiri yourself.
True. But you know,
then in Japan, if you steal and they catch you, you will kill yourself.
You will do it yourself.
Out of the shame for your family. But here, what do we do? We present them for...
Do they still steal?
For political
purposes. Do they still steal? Who's part of that law? Do they still carry out those criminal acts? They do.
And what happened?
No, the thing is they do.
No, but you also have to look at the scale now.
So,
nobody's going to steal 210 trillion.
Is a problem.
Nobody will steal 10 million.
Nobody's stealing 5.
Gentlemen, in closing,
what is that?
In closing this particular
no, we have to find this 210 trillion.
It's somewhere inside this abundance.
We have to look for this 210
There's
trillion.
one fundamental question I'd like each of us. One minute.
Okay.
One minute. In closing, how would NNPCL be audited? Are they actually being audited? Should they be audited? And when last have they been audited?
Okay. Let's
1 minute.
1 minute. Let's start this way. To our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, thank you. This is the first time we are seeing him hands off and see ICPC, EFCC.
Because it's not over yet.
Go. Now it's not over yet, we know, but please, we are beseeching and begging you. Let them do their job. Not even just the Senate. Let the EFCC go after them and do their job. So now, when it's not done, we'll now hold the EFCC responsible, just like he's saying. Because that is their job that they've been called and paid to do. We cannot have a clean Nigeria. It doesn't matter what the president does, no matter what policy you bring. Sir, we cannot have a working Nigeria if this kind of corruption is not killed. It's either we kill it or it will kill us.
Thank you very much. Moyo.
Everything the gentleman just said. Everything, yeah.
Priye, audit. How do we go from here?
Audit. This, when the NNPCL, when the members of the House when they came out, it was as a result of auditing that this mess was unearthed.
Yes, for so many years.
Which
means if it had been audited yearly.
Now, so the thing is, we need to now look at the regulation that had to do with auditing. That the auditing must come in as early as possible within a specific period of time, not as long as we currently have, whereby the person that you are supposed to be prosecuting has left office
and is on
the man that just came into office 3 months, you are chasing him with a stick here and there, like you are completely oblivious of the fact that someone occupied that position for the past 6 years. Why? They know. So get Mele Kyari to come answer some of these questions. And you are insisting that it must be biojewelry, the GMCO that must be the one.
That doesn't particularly make much sense.
Why?
Like, even if Ojulari is present.
Yes, how is he going to defend himself?
Larry must also be there.
Is NMPC not Ojulari?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. So, with all this, we hope that the Senate, this bold move by the Senate, would actually bring or uncover the real truth. Accountability and transparency will be the order of the day. And just like Souq said, we hope that this will be done independently. No political moves, nothing undertone on it. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll round over the last story. Stay tuned.
Think like that because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Let's take the last story. Former U.S. presidential advisor Jason Miller has cautioned African nations to reject debt-heavy agreements disguised, as development assistance. Speaking at the 32nd Afrexim Bank annual meeting in Abuja, Miller described such deals as exploitative and warned Africa risk falling into a new circle of external manipulation if strategic choices aren't made. He urged leaders across the continent to move away from dependency and embrace transparent, investment-driven partnerships. Miller, a former key figure in President Donald Trump's first administration, said the U.S. supports private capital-backed trade over what he called debt trap and military-backed arrangement. He praised Nigeria's recent economic reforms as a step in the right direction, encouraging other African nations to improve contract enforcement and business environment to attract long-term investment. Moyo, let me start with you. What do you think about this?
First of all,
now they have said it.
Yeah.
They've said it to our face that you people should stay clear of this loans with
and
clauses
and stuff like that. I don't know, there seems to be an antithesis to what you're saying in a way. It's almost like an oxymoron. He's saying, oh, we should be wary of debt traps and just taking loans everywhere. And he's also praising us for economic reforms. But we look at the news. There's a loan almost every week that we're applying for. If it's not from Japan, it's from China. If it's not from China, it's from AFDB. Anybody, Dubai investment, it's from literally everywhere that we are collecting loans. So I don't know it's very tongue-in-cheek. And I don't like when people speak like that. You know, if you want to give advice, you give advice. You say what you want to say, and we move on. It's telling other African countries to emulate. See, even in Kenya, there are so many troubles over there. We know what's happening over there now. You know, so I don't know. Again, on another hand, I don't think even as an economist or just somebody who has real-world experience that anybody from America or from anywhere needs to come and tell us that it makes no sense to just be accepting loans when you don't have you haven't plotted a clear path, you know, to making, you know, money and being economically equipped to pay back these loans.
All right, Souq, do you think these development loans, are they actually helping Africa or just, you know, it's a long-term dependency, encouraging long-term dependency?
Well, when you say long-term dependency, it's is interest. 100% interest-based. Interest of the person that is giving you the money. They know. And so they have Africa on loan traps.
It's obvious.
And they keep pushing it. Now we are reporting this because somebody that is from the West have said it, or somebody who happens to be a top government official at one point in time have said it, so what is said matters. No. People have been preaching this for a very long time. To be specific, the outgoing president of the African Bank was additional. He said this right from the first day he became president of that bank. He said, please, he was begging, stop giving or taking loans and paying back with resources. He kept saying it. He became enemies to a whole lot of people, and they even tried stopping him from getting a second time. And we know very well the person that was responsible for trying to stop him from getting his second time.
Can you call the name, please?
Well, he happens to be the person that just spoke, his boss. Now, let's keep, let's keep going. Africa is the bride everybody wants to rape. Unfortunately, yes, unfortunately, Africa has refused to wake up to this particular trend, and we are still falling for it. Yesterday, we had this particular argument here. We could not tell how long we are going to finish paying the loan for cash, crude oil for cash loans that we took. We couldn't say if it's this year, next year, because what the past president, to be specific, we know his name, Buhari, took some loans that we are not too sure when you are going to finish paying it. So this is when we should start being responsible. Who are those giving these loans in the first place? World Bank, IMF. And every of these loans are coming with policies that are not good for the people themselves. You tell African countries that they have to follow a particular change. Some even have to do with their cultures. Some have to do with subsidies that are helping the common man, even if we don't like mentioning the common man on this table. But some of these subsidies directly affect the lives and businesses of the poor people in African communities. But when these loans come, this same international organization will tell you, take out those particular policies. This makes the people poorer. There is no way we can wish it away. It is the country's first responsibility to take care of her own people.
Exactly.
But when we now take others because we are owing them and depending on them to fund budgets, we now take others from them just to get more loans, to fund budgets. It begs to ask this particular question, what exactly are we doing with our brain? Because at the end of the day, they are giving you those loans to be able to have a direct hand in your pocket.
They will always have the upper hand.
All right, so Priya, over to you. Do you think Africa is actually ready to say no to foreign-backed promises that come with hidden cost?
Okay, the thing is, Africa should be, it's leadership.
Leadership.
They didn't force those loans on you. And please, every country, no country is an island.
His favorite quote.
No, you said
no
they didn't force these loans on you.
On you. They
No.
didn't force the loans on you.
I
No country is an island.
I beg to differ.
People borrow money.
Yes, this is where I'm going.
Nations borrow money. And when nations are borrowing money, including the developed climes, they borrow money. The biggest economies in the world borrow money.
America is also...
Did they borrow with this kind of conditions that we are giving?
They use it.
Irrespective
of the conditions that come with whatever money they borrow.
Sorry to cut you
They
short.
use it for the purpose for which they want to use it for. If Nigeria, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, how many years, how many governments came and went when that road was there? And year in, year out, we were borrowing money. Different administration come in, borrowed money to fix and build that road for quite a long period of time. Some of them siphoned that money, and they went with it. And that is a leadership problem. That road is a commercial nerve center that feeds movement from the north to the south to the eastern part of the country. So if we borrow money and we needed to fix that, I don't know how much we spent in the entirety of that road now. Maybe what we needed was just 25% of how much we ended up spending. And if that 25% had been deployed for the effective use of that road, we would have had 75% to be deployed to other sectors or other industries and to build other facilities across the country that would be of capital benefit and create a more accommodating economic ecosystem for businesses to thrive in our country. But the thing is, when they borrow money, we just talk about people stealing money or government officials that are unable to give account of how they spend the money in the country. Why? Because they steal it. In those advanced countries we are talking about, they have a well-developed institutions and they have a well-developed judicial system that makes sure that irrespective of whoever you are, irrespective of whose us is God, the law will take its course. Let's allow such laws take their course here in Nigeria. Men are bigger than institutions here. There are laws outlined to govern the way institutions are supposed to run. Men will come into the saddle and not dictate new laws. It doesn't work that way in those advanced climes. And that is why they are always going to be dictating the pace of the economic movement in Africa. That is why they are going to continue to do
They are
that.
dictating it because you are owing them.
No.
Yes.
See,
they are dictating.
They are owing other people too, and they're not. We have to call to order the leadership problems in the continent of Africa.
There is always going to be negativity in character of people. And now, how do you take advantage of a nation? How do you take advantage of business? You look for loopholes. That is what is happening here. Did we need a loan during Gowon's time?
Why did you take it?
I don't know if you understand.
Why did
because
somebody
somewhere convinced somebody that you need it.
Business.
They had their plan set right from the onset. Nigeria is not the only one. There are several countries I can keep mentioning that never needed loans until these loans started coming in. Now started seeing problems. Ghana is not far from here. It's just
it's an African country.
It's an African country. It's not just that. This other Asian country that does a whole lot of testing.
Oh, African and Asians falls into the same category.
Can you see?
Oh, yes, because
now hold on.
They are the ones that don't really give account of how much they borrow.
This is where the issue is. Now, when they see opportunities in Africa, everybody looks for inroad. So what's the inroad? Have something on the person. Then you can dictate some particular issues. Now we sign off a whole lot of trade deals all because of the loans we are owing. Now what happens? They flood their goods down this way because we've signed those particular trade deals and we cannot say no because we are owing. And that particular loan we took came with those particular policies.
Was the condition?
Hold on, do you know?
Do we have the condition? Is it part of the condition that you must not develop at your Huta steel when you take loans? Is it part of the condition? Is it part of the condition that your refineries must not work? Is it part of the condition for these loans? Is it part of the condition that the GM, the general manager of NNPCL must fritter away 210 trillion naira? Is it part of the condition for our bank?
Speaking on different sides of the same coin, I agree with what both of you are saying, right? It behooves on the leaders to not take frivolous loans that they don't need. But also, on the part of these other Western people, they provide very predatory loans just so that they can be, it's even predatory, they back it as juicy and stuff like that. But this is just neocolonialism at play. This is
they don't want you to be better than them.
Yeah,
and that is all right. That's a just cause.
That's a just cause.
It's a just cause for not wanting their rival to be better than them.
The last administration took a loan from IMF. And what was the loan used for? About almost $1 billion. The loan was used to as social intervention, cash given to people, not investment.
That's IMF's fault?
Hold on. And IMF gave the loan.
Is that IMF's fault?
Hope you know these loans are coming with interest. You service it.
Is that IMF's fault?
Now you say, is that IMF's fault?
That cannot be IMF.
Can I ask you a question?
Like, can we even say that it's not ethical to do that?
In the international system, it's a chaotic system.
Who do you bank with? Who do you bank with? Who do you bank with?
It's not relevant.
Who do you bank with?
It's not relevant.
It's not relevant.
Why would you
Can you take a loan from your bank if you don't have enough collateral to cover it? Will your bank give it to you? This is business. I don't know if you understand. You can't be advising us on what to do.
Why do you take advice?
Why on your side?
You take the advice that is harmful to your economy. You took the advice that is harmful to your pocket.
Yes, okay. Please round up.
In rounding up, you took the advice that is harmful to your pocket. You took advice that is harmful to your economy. You took advice that is harmful to the people of your country. And you borrowed loans, and you take that money, and you convince and lie to the National Assembly that this is the purpose for which we are taking the loan, to make sure we are doing X, Y, Z. And when you've taken that money, you misappropriated and diverted that money to your personal use. It doesn't exempt you from paying the loans, because even you say, oh, my government is not going to pay it. We just make sure that the terms of paying back this loan is scheduled for the next 7 years when a new administration will be coming into office. Is that the business of the IMF has given you a loan and they have conditions attached to it that whichever way you want to spend it, I don't have authority over your judicial system. I don't have authority over the police and the EFCC and ICPC in your country. They are saddled with the responsibility responsibility to treat your corruption acts and to bring you to book in a way where they share their responsibility. That's not my business. You're going to pay back my money. These people want to make sure that they beat down on your economic strength. You are unable to stand with them when it comes to the global pedestal. They can dictate the trajectory of your economy and dictate the trajectory of everything that has to do with your governance. So why is them? They don't want you to be better than them. I think they are smarter.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I will also go back to where I come from, because that is where wisdom is. We have a whole lot of 215 million. Yeah, we don't come from the home. That's where I come from.
We are more civilized now. So.
No, there's not like no. We were civilized before the white man started to do this.
All right, so please.
Now, thank you very much. Now we are over 200 million people, and we are not Nigerians. We have to start being Nigerians. That is what is seriously lacking. And while we are trying to be Nigerians, please let's remember where we are from. There is nothing called corruption where we are from. You are either a thief or you are a thief. There is nothing called corruption. And you can't go and steal what belongs to the community where you are from. So let's really get those things and not let somebody dilute our cultures. And in the name of being educated, we keep falling prey and being used, because that is where we are right now. And if you elect anybody, hold the person responsible. Not hold him responsible. Don't just keep quiet and talk.
Thank you very much, Souq. Moyo.
Hey, for the most part, I agree with what they're both saying, but I think the bottom line here is people will try to take advantage of you, but you need to use your number 6 yourself. You need to stand up for yourself. We have leaders who don't have the will to do that, and that's just corruption. Our polity is corruption-ridden, and until that changes, we'll always have these conversations, and it's very sad when you think about it.
So, is Africa ready to say no to foreign-backed loans and promises that come with hidden costs? I think the answer is left to African leaders on the way forward. This is where we would wrap up today's edition of Souq Business Landscape. If you have enjoyed, please like, comment, and share. Follow us on all our social media platforms at Souqnews TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy your weekend.
And I'm Moyosore Adebi. Thank you so much for joining us today. God bless you.
Well, I'm Oyi Priya Krumale. It's nice being with you all through the week. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for being part. Let's do this again on Monday. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. It's always a pleasure.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is Souq Business Landscape.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's an awesome day. And we are super, super excited. Guess what? It is the Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership that is being flagged off right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. Oh my God.
That thing sums awesomeness. We're being at a place where every conversation about Nigeria's independence happened. And then also thinking about royalty, things that make us feel like we're kings and queens when they come into this place. I mean, I'm losing at this point.
Talk about the scenery, the ambience, the rooms. This hotel is actually really, really good. And the fact that Femi Walsh is partnering with Federal Palace Hotel doesn't just give me the chills, like it makes me happy. Happy.
We're going to be having exclusive events, coverage, and we're going to bring in our expertise to come and give them that edge amongst...
That finesse.
Taking the brand globally through our media. My God. It's not something you want to miss out on this journey that I just started. We're going places, sis.
The Federal Palace Hotel was established in 1960 and constructed by the A.G. Leventis Group. Perhaps one of the most notable thoughts about Federal Palace is that it was used as the venue for independence celebration of Nigeria in 1960. Over the years, the Federal Palace has now become a world-class ultra-modern facility with a touch of elegance. The hotel, which has been recognized nationally and internationally, has become a tourist attraction for many. Perhaps this is the reason Femi Walsh Group decided to partner with the Federal Palace by supporting the hotel with resources and equipment for coverage of all the hotel's events. The president and CEO of Femi Walsh Group, Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, accompanied by the vice president, Idahosa Osamanze, paid a visit to the hotel during the exhibition of the popular Iriri Arts Gallery. It was a day of joy for each of the artists to see that the president of Femi Walsh Group was actually fascinated by their art pieces. Coordinator of the Arts Gallery also expressed his enthusiasm and joy, highlighting the exciting prospects and opportunities arising from the partnership.
Thank you so much, Souq TV, for coming over. It is about celebrating art and creativity. We themed it Luxury and Legacies exhibition. Luxury, as we all know, art is luxury, and the legacies that are left behind by artists are their crafts. So that is why we themed it Luxuries and Legacies exhibition.
Ambassador Victor Walsh encouraged artists while commending their creativity. The general manager, Herman Brits, was excited at the collaboration between Femi Walsh Group and the Federal Palace Hotel, exchanged pleasantries with the president and told Souqnews TV about his joy.
The energy is fantastic, and the support that you've given us is absolutely superb. So, yeah, watch this space, and your support is valued, and I love the partnership that you guys give us. So, looking forward to the journey with you guys.
Other members of the senior management of Federal Palace who were on hand to receive the ambassador and members of the Femi Walsh team include Temitope Ifiodun, HR Manager, Billy Uguechi, Events and Banqueting Manager, Chef Chris Onyanu, the Executive Chef of Federal Palace, Oluwatoyin Sulaiman, Housekeeping Manager, Dr. Arogundade, Digital Sales Executive. Each of this senior management staff shared their feelings about the collaboration.
We're actually so excited about this partnership with Souq News. It's going to, be beneficial for both Federal Palace Hotel and Souq News. And we know that all our new offerings will be extended to the larger world. We are actually doing things differently now. Federal Palace is actually doing a lot of things differently now. Our staff are ready to give the best of the best services to our guests.
To cover our events and take care of Federal Palace in terms of media and all that.
The Femi Walsh Group, consisting of all the different subsidiaries like Souqnews TV, the ALFM, Novacraft, and the machinery, look forward to doing great things with Federal Palace Hotel as we kick off the Prestige Partnership.
We're going places, and yes, with Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership, what we want to do is make sure that we're giving the clients of Federal Palace the best of the best of the very best in terms of coverage, streaming, videography, photography. So if you have a wedding ceremony coming up, you got the birthday party coming up, whatever you have coming up, all you got to do is make sure you contact Femi Walsh, because we give you the best of the best The best of the very, very best.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Keep watching.
My name is Uyai. I'm a textured artist, and keep watching Souq News.
My name is Alexander Beja, and keep watching Souq News.
Karim Joseph Aramide is my name. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to tell you this. Keep watching Souq.
Hello, I'm Billy Macaulay Oguchi of Federal Palace Hotel. I'm the banqueting and events manager. Keep watching Souq News.
I'm Temitope Ifidon, HR manager of Federal Palace Hotel. Keep watching Souq News.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Olumorok, Lishabi, and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it play an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
raise up.
Raise up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungbakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from Old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lump. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke. in the Yoruba land. The pot serves as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
This is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, was the two top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Ifa Oracle for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes you are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their groundings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it oluata. So the process of their grindings make the oats dip like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa could to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà ti dààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo, but people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God, that's God Almighty. Mo means mold or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge on that. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only two people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the two people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity. Also the climbers of Olumo Rock so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okeono, Agora of Bagora, and Oluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they are looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
Be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbu Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbu Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the, just a little write-up. The next part is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba call it kukuama. With water storage and preservation, water point is as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba call it Giakoko. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land, They pluck from the leaf away Akoko to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the newly studied Iyaolumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyaolumo. She died at the age of 137 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igun. Orisha Igun. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles is striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear at the go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So we have a baobab tree. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afon-Apunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It botanica is Adansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections, because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. Wanipo do ikapa, apa okapa, wado ikai Gyoshi, apa okoshi, wado ikakonga, konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord, those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fact consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
Today, Olumo Rock stands as a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi Festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders, and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Perspective on Souqnews Television.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. You know. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the woman wants seemed to not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they've made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy we used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fella Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you'll get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. his judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, you know, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we had it, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, you know. So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well, and so In fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what God called me. I know that my uncle, You are not doing accountancy. You are not doing engineering. You're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, then went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times, you know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to to join us. And Akiodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So three of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, no, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing in, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, female tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts so before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. We talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took to the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, goes as far out. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we ran it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay? So the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalite, Igoshere, Bangoshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street, off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buba and Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I looked back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It only comes in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out when the time they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys, wearing what they, things they don't use the belt. The trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they're not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family. Your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children. And it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps, and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day. Okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay, hot colors frighten me, okay? And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friends, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, you know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one, so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
The path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot the opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and a relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore other avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect millions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Corn Oil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Corn Oil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that span the globe. From commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations, Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to cause closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday, he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged, and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to Yuki Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And paying much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations.